Good morning, Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. The meeting is called to order. The Commission will now consider the agenda item 5, management issues. The document pertinent to this item are ESCAP/78/28 on the proposed program plan for 2023, ESCAP/78/29 on the overview of partnership, extra-budgetary contribution, and capacity development, and ESCAP/78/30 on the report of evaluation activities of the Commission during the Biennium 2020-2021. At the outset, may I invite the Executive Secretary, Madam Amida Sanchez Ali Shabana, to introduce this agenda item.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is a pleasure to be with you during these deliberations on management issues. Allow me to say a few words about each of the documents you are considering today. On the proposed program plan for 2023, the proposed program plan of ESCAP for 2023, document ESCAP/78/28, is developed based on the endorsement of the General Assemblies of the recommendation of the Advisory Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Questions on Management Reform. It also takes into account additional requirement in annual program planning requested by Member States through General Assembly resolutions on program planning. The proposed program plan provides the overall orientation for ESCAP and details 13 frameworks for each subprogram as well as subprogram components. It provides an outline of how ESCAP will work with Member States and partners, including sub-regional organizations, to support the acceleration of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development while recovering from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. An earlier draft was circulated to the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives and other representatives designated by members of the Commission. Comments received from the ACPR were incorporated into the current document. Following the Commission's endorsement, the proposed program plan will be reviewed by the Committee for Program and Coordination, or CPC, as well as the ACAPQ. It will then be considered by the Fifth Committee of the General Assembly as part of the program budget document, which is expected to be adopted by the General Assembly by the end of 2022. The Secretariat seeks your endorsement of the proposed program plan for 2023. We count on your government support as it goes through the approval process with the CPC and the Fifth Committee. On the overview of partnership, extra budgetary contribution, and capacity development, allow me now to turn to the overview of ESCAP partnership and the outcomes of capacity development activities funded by extra budgetary contribution received in 2021, document ESCAP/78/29. The year 2021 proved to be even more challenging than 2020 for the Asia-Pacific region, with new waves of the pandemic and recurring lockdowns. Against this backdrop, we continue to implement technical cooperation program, expanded and strengthened partnership across the board. Working together with UN development system entities, in particular through the Regional Collaborative Platform and its issue-based coalition, ESCAP focused on supporting sustainable recovery from the pandemic and accelerating progress towards the SDGs. In addition, ESCAP joined hands with UN country teams and resident coordinators in direct support to the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, or UNSDCF, process with the governments of India, Kyrgyzstan, Maldives, Mongolia, Thailand, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, as well as Pacific Island countries and territories. ESCAP continued to work with its regional and sub-regional partner and member states. Highlighted in document are some of these examples, including enhancing complementarities between the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the 2030 Agenda, as well as strengthening partnership with members of the Council of Regional Organization of the Pacific. In 2021, through various activities, we intensified our preparation for the Global South-South Development Expo, which will be co-hosted in September of this year by Thailand, the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, and ESCAP. The overarching theme of the Expo is Advancing South-South and Triangle Cooperation for Sustainable COVID-19 Recovery Towards a Smart and Resilient Future. It will be the first time this global expo is held in Asia and the Pacific. I look forward to your participation to showcase our region to the world. ESCAP continue its engagement with existing and new donors or development partners. The total contributions received for technical cooperation grew to $24 million in 2021 from about $22.7 million the year before. I would like to express the Secretary's deep appreciation to member states, donors, and development partners, many of whom are represented here, for their continued support to ESCAP. On the report on the evaluation activities on the Commission during Biennium 2020 and 2021, finally, may I turn to the report on the evaluation activities of the Commission during the Biennium 2020-2021. Document ESCAP/78/30 is issued in support of Resolution 66/15 on strengthening the evaluation function of ESCAP and is in response to the Commission request for periodic evaluation of the Secretariat's program of work, including the work of divisions, sub-regional offices, and regional institutions. It summarizes the main findings and recommendations contained in 2 sub-programs and 9 project evaluations completed during the Biennium 2020-2021, and the steps taken by the Secretariat to address those recommendations. It also outlines the key steps we have taken to improve the quality and utility of the evaluation at ESCAP. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. We shall now take up the agenda item 5A on the proposed program plan for 2022. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind the distinguished delegates to limit your time within 2 minutes, and the longer statements can send to the Secretariat and will be circulated. So the floor is open. I see none. This brings us to the conclusion of the agenda item 5A. Yes. Shall now we take up agenda item 5B on the overview of partnerships, extra budgetary contribution, and capacity development. May I first invite the conference room officer to play a short video to highlight the recent cooperation activities between the Secretariat and the number of regional partners.
The year 2021 proved to be a turning point for the Asia-Pacific region. New variants of the COVID-19 virus led to recurring lockdowns, further exposing and intensifying inequalities within and among countries. Yet several countries were already looking ahead at how to emerge from the pandemic more prepared than before. Against this backdrop, ESCAP continued to support member states through advisory services, capacity building, and technical assistance. Partnerships have transformative power and play a vital role in mobilizing and sharing knowledge, technology, and resources. In 2021, ESCAP continued to enhance and expand its partnerships through the signing of new agreements. Those including partnerships with the Economic Cooperation Organization, Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System for Africa and Asia, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China to formalize the arrangement for the China ESCAP Cooperation Program. Partnerships helped augment the impact of ESCAP's work through substantive collaboration and financial and in-kind contributions, such as services of experts and the provision of host facilities and equipment. In addition, numerous countries in Asia and the Pacific harness South-South cooperation, displaying solidarity with one another, sharing their respective good practices and lessons learned in addressing the pandemic, and emerging stronger in the process. ESCAP will continue to work systematically with its partners on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Sustainable Recovery from the pandemic.
The MOU that we signed today will help us scale up our past and hopefully also future collaboration. Thank you very much.
So I now open the floor for the country interventions. So the first speaker is China. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。主席先生，首先，我想感谢直密女士对本议题及 ESCAP 过去2年所做工作的这个介绍，也赞赏过去2年间 ESCAP 克服各类困难和挑战，为促进区域团结与合作所付出的努力。主席先生，中方愿借此机会宣布2022年对 ESCAP 及相关附属机构的捐款意向。1，我们将向联合国可持续农机中心 Asean 捐款160万美元。2，中国将向亚太统计研究所 ESCAP 捐款7万美元。3，中国将向亚太技术转移中心捐款18.09万人民币。4，中国将向亚太残疾人10年捐款1万美元。5，中国将继续向中国 ESCAP 合作基金捐款100万美元和150万人民币。主席先生，在当前中国经济也面临挑战之际，作为 ESCAP 第2大捐款国，中方继续保持向 ESCAP 的捐款水平，充分体现了中国对 ESCAP 工作的一贯支持，对促进区域合作的诚意。我们也希望 ESCAP 及其相关的附属机构善用捐款，加强项目管理，提高资金使用效率，产出具体成果，为推进亚太可持续发展和疫后复苏做出贡献。谢谢主席先生。
Thank you, China. The next speaker is the Republic of Korea, followed by Japan virtually.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Government of Republic of Korea, I'm pleased to announce Korea's contribution for year 2022. The total amount of contribution this year will be approximately $4.8 million US. Contributions include, number one, $1.87 million for technical cooperation. Number two, $1.14 million in support of ESCAP Sub-Regional Office for East Asia and Northeast Asia, located in Incheon, Korea. Lastly, $1.8 million for ESCAP regional institutions. The Republic of Korea reiterates its strong commitment to the sustainable development of the Asia-Pacific region, as well as unwavering support to ESCAP's work in this ongoing endeavor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Now invite the representative from Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Please allow me to make a statement with regard to the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, SIAP, with which Japan is cooperating as its host government. SIAP is expanding opportunities for training participation despite the restrictions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, such as by providing many e-learning courses. We would like to express our appreciation for these efforts by SIAP. With regard to the work plan of SIAP for 2022, as the host government, Japan is ready to provide contributions both in cash and in kind in accordance with the agreement with the UN and annual budgetary appropriations. For the year from April 2022 to March 2023, the government of Japan intends to make cash contributions of $1,818,465 as well as in-kind contributions equivalent to $1,119,759, bringing the total amount of contributions to almost $3 million. It is our expectation that the contributions will be used effectively and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
India.
I see India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. India remains privileged to host the ESCAP Sub-Regional Office for South and Southwest Asia and the Asian Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology in New Delhi, and looks forward to further strengthening of these institutions for capacity building and engagement with their members. The Government of India strongly believes that APCTT's mandate for the Asia-Pacific region has become more relevant in the context of human, economic, and social impact of COVID-19 pandemic. India has been actively extending both financial and technical support to APCTT since 1994. The Government of India would also seek support in securing increased matching voluntary contributions from other member countries to promote and strengthen the center further. Government of India reiterates its commitment to support APCTT to deliver effective services to members and associate members. India announces its pledge for ESCAP sub-regional office and regional institutes as under: South and Southwest Asia, $79,000; Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, $25,000; Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, $870,000; Asian and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development, $20,000. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, India, for your contribution. I see no other request. So this brings us to the conclusion of the item 5B. I would like to thank China, Republic of Korea, Japan, India for your valuable contribution to ESCAP. We shall now take up agenda item 5C, the report on evaluation activities of the Commission during the Biennium 2020-2021. And now open the floor for comments. I see none, so I conclude this agenda item. And so now we take up agenda item 6 on the review of the conference structure of the Commission pursuant to the resolution 73/1. Under this agenda item, we are considering the document ESCAP/7831 on the review of the conference structure of the Commission pursuant to resolution 73/1. I invite Her Excellency Ms. Micheline Cruz Paredes, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of the Philippines to ESCAP, as Chair of the Informal Consultation on the review of the conference structure of the Commission to provide statement on the outcomes of these consultations. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am honored to present to you today the outcomes of the informal consultations on the review of the conference structure of the Commission, which I had the honor to chair, along with Ms. Julia Feeney, Minister and Deputy Head of Mission and Permanent Representative of Australia to ESCAP, who acted as Vice Chair of these consultations. Pursuant to Resolution 73/1, adopted in May 2017, the Commission decided to conduct a review of its conference structure at its 78th session in 2022, following a midpoint review conducted at its 75th session in 2019, and requested the Executive Secretary to submit a report in both cases, with a focus on the program areas of the Commission, which would serve as a basis for that review. In this connection, 6 informal consultations among member states were organized between November 2021 and March 2022. The objectives of these consultations were to hear views on the review of the conference structure of the Commission pertaining to its subsidiary bodies and to come to a common understanding on what should be updated, in particular the terms of reference of the committees, the areas to be mainstreamed in their work, and the list of the primary issues to be addressed by each of them. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as the chair of the informal consultation of the review of the conference structure of the Commission, it is my honor to report the outcomes of these consultations as follows. First, the terms of reference and issues to be considered by the committee subsidiary to the Commission will be updated to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and to align with post-COVID-19 recovery priorities, as well as to reflect resolutions and decisions adopted since the last review in 2017. Secondly, the Committee on Trade and Investment will be reconstituted as the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise, and Business Innovation and will meet biennially. And thirdly, the Special Body on Least Developed, Landlocked Developing, and Pacific Island Developing Countries will be renamed as the Special Body on Least Developed, Landlocked Developing, and Small Island Developing States, and its deliberations will be held during the ministerial segment of the Commission sessions. These changes will be executed through the resolution entitled A Conference Structure of the Commission to Advance Sustainable Development, and this will be formally adopted later today during agenda item 10, which is the adoption of the report of the Commission, after being agreed on by member states and undergoing the silence procedure. This important resolution allows a conference structure of the Commission to be fit for purpose to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the post-pandemic recovery in the region. In closing, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all member states for their active engagement in the informal consultations, and for the support extended to me and the Vice Chair. I look forward to comments from the meeting and would be pleased to entertain any questions there may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. I now would like to open the floor for our delegates for their statements on the agenda item 6.
China.
I see China. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。主席先生，首先，请允许我对菲律宾大使和澳大利亚常驻代表，作为非正式磋商工作组的主席和副主席，为促进这个磋商达成成果表示赞赏。我们也赞赏秘书处对此次审议付出的努力表示肯定。作为 ESCAP 各领域工作的指导性文件，此次会议结构审议的成果文件，既体现了之前的工作，延续了 ESCAP 75年来的合作重点，又结合当下的最新形势，契合了2030年可持续发展议程和疫后复苏优先事项的需要，既不忘初心，又与时俱进，体现了 ESCAP 的工作方向。中方对此表示认同。中国有句古话：“以时则治，以文则不治。” ESCAP 作为亚太地区重要的政府间经济社会合作平台，应根据授权落实最新会议结构的各项职责，促进区域政策对话，加强务实合作，推动政策沟通协调，加强资金技术支持，引领亚太地区的经济社会领域的疫后可持续复苏，推动落实2030年可持续发展议程。谢谢主席先生。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Are there any statements from the floor? I see none. So I conclude the discussion on agenda item 6. We shall now take up agenda item 7 on the activities of the Advisory Committee on Permanent Representatives and other representatives designated by members of the Commission. Under this agenda item, we are considering the document ESCAP/7832 entitled Report of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives and other representatives designated by members of the Commission. I'd like to invite the rapporteur of the Advisory Committee, Her Excellency Ms. Chaminda Kolone, Ambassador and Permanent Representatives of Sri Lanka to ESCAP, to present the report of the ACPR to the Commission. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am honored to introduce to you today the report of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives and other representatives designated by members of the Commission on its activities since the last session of the Commission in April 2021 until March of this year. As you know, the Commission, in its Resolution 73/1, had entrusted the Advisory Committee with several functions, including strengthening close cooperation and consultation between Member States and the Secretariat, serving as a deliberative forum for substantive exchange of views, and providing guidance on the formulation of the ESCAP agenda, as well as advising the Executive Secretary on the program of work and preparations for the Commission and its subsidiary committees. In the elapsed time since the last session of the Commission, the committee has done just that. The Advisory Committee held six regular sessions during the past year. In addition, informal consultations were held to review the conference structure of the Commission pursuant to the Resolution 73/1 in the lead up to the 78th session of the Commission. Her Excellency Ms. Misilent Cruz Paredes, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of the Philippines to ESCAP, and Ms. Julia Feeney, Minister and Deputy Head of Mission and Permanent Representative of Australia to ESCAP, served as Chair and Vice Chair respectively. Moreover, the Advisory Committee convened its informal working group on draft resolutions, which was chaired by Ms. Julia Feeney, Minister and Deputy Head of Mission and Permanent Representative of Australia, and Mr. Sukmo Yuwono, Deputy Chief of Mission and Deputy Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP, to undertake an initial review of draft resolutions and decisions before their submission to this Commission of the session of the Commission for its consideration. Chair, allow me to highlight a few key activities of the Advisory Committee during the period under review from document ESCAP/78/32 placed before you. The Advisory Committee reviewed the outcome of the 77th session of the Commission and provided advice and guidance on the implementation of the resolution adopted at that session. The Advisory Committee reviewed the preparations made by the Secretariat for the current 78th session of the Commission. Members of the Advisory Committee also closely reviewed preparations for the outcomes of a broad range of meetings convened by ESCAP in several sectoral streams, including disaster risk reduction, macroeconomic policy, poverty reduction, and financing for development, statistics, and transport. Furthermore, the Advisory Committee reviewed the preparations for the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. The Advisory Committee also examined the outcomes of the sessions of the Governing Council of the Regional Institutions of ESCAP. Throughout the year, the Executive Secretary of the ESCAP regularly informed the Advisory Committee of the activities relating to priority issues of the United Nations and ESCAP and outcomes of her virtual participations and engagement in major meetings, cooperation between member states and Secretariat, and administrative programs matters concerning ESCAP. Regular updates on the reform of United Nations development system were also regularly provided to the Advisory Committee. Moreover, the Advisory Committee was briefed by Executive Secretary on activities of the Secretariat to assist member states in their response to COVID-19. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, to sum up, the Advisory Committee provided valuable advice and guidance to the Secretariat in the past few years while remaining conscious of the importance of monitoring monitoring the implementation of Commission regulations and improving coordination among all relevant stakeholders pursuing the economic, social, and environmental agenda of ESCAP. As the rapporteur of the ACPR, it is my honor to hereby submit for consideration by the Commission the report of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives and other representatives designated by members of the Commission. I look forward to comments from the meeting and would be pleased to entertain any questions there may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Chamida. I now open the floor to the delegates for the statements on this agenda item.
China.
I see China. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。 主席先生，我想感谢斯里兰卡大使兼常驻代表刚才所做的报告，也感谢执秘女士和秘书处过去1年对 ACPR 的工作提供的支持。过去的1年 ，ACPR 克服疫情的影响，定期举办会议，就 ESCAP 重要会议筹备情况、会议成果、ESCAP 年度安排和计划方案等重要问题进行沟通与协调，积极推动 ESCAP 有关决议和区域行动计划的落实，取得积极进展。中方演愿对 ACPR 成员的建设性工作表示赞赏。中方将继续和 ACPR 成员加强沟通合作，推进 ACPR 成为各位成员友好交流、团结协作的平台，继续支持 ESCAP 继续发挥区域合作平台作用，支持 ESCAP 积极履行授权，推进我们共同的议程。谢谢主席先生。
Thank you, China. Are there any other delegates to wish to make statements? I see no other requests. May I conclude discussion on this agenda item number 7? And we now move on to consider agenda item 8, dates, venue, and theme topic for the 79th session of the Commission 2023. Under this agenda item, the Commission is considering the document ESCAP/78/33. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Lorenzo Santucci, the Secretary of the Commission, to deliver the introductory statement. Lorenzo,
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Very good morning to all distinguished delegates. The document before you, ESCAP/78/33, contains information pertaining to the proposed dates and venue for the 79th Commission session in 2023, as well as a proposal for its theme topic and the proposed issues to be covered by the theme study. It is proposed that the 79th session be held from 15 to 19 May 2023 at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok, taking into account major meetings and holidays during April and May 2023 that could have an impact on both servicing of and participation at the session. With regards to the theme topic for the 79th session of the Commission, after deliberation among member states within the working group on draft resolutions, member states decided that the 79th session of the Commission be guided by the theme Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development. The Commission is therefore requested to confirm the recommendations for both the proposed dates and proposed theme topic for the 79th session, as contained in draft decision 14 in document ESCAP/78/L8. We would like to remind all delegates that the draft decisions were circulated to all member states under silence procedure and no objections were raised. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I now open the floor for the statements from our distinguished delegates. I see no other request on this agenda item. May I conclude discussion on this agenda item, number 8, and we shall proceed to consider agenda item number 9, other matters. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's my pleasure to report on behalf of the Bureau of the status of credentials of the representatives of members to the 78th section of the Commission in accordance with the Rules 12 of the Rule of Procedures of the Commission. The chair and the vice chairs of the 78th session of the Commission examined the credentials of the representatives of the 50 member states submitted in accordance with the Rule 11 of the Rules and Procedure of the Commission and found them to be in order. The Bureau decided to defer any action on the credentials pertaining to the representative of Myanmar of the 78th sessions of the Commission, pending the decision by the General Assembly on the presentation of Myanmar and in line with the General Assembly Resolution 396, Roman 5, of 14th December 1950, acknowledging the report of the Credentials Committee on the General Assembly at the 76th sessions. May I take it that it is wish of the Commission to take note of the report of the Chair and Vice Chairs. I see no objections, so it is decided. Somebody please entitle.
This one.
I don't see.
Wait a minute.
I now turn to the results of the decisions of the Governing Councils. The results were announced already by the Secretary of the Commission, but I would like to summarize again the results given. We had 2 rounds of voting. I first turn to the results of the election of the Governing Council on the ASEAN and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development. The following members have been elected as members of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development for the term 2022-2025. Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Philippines, Russian Federation, and Thailand. I now turn to the results of the election of the Governing Council of the Asian Pacific Center for Development of Disaster Information and Information Management. The following members and associate members have been elected as members of the Governing Council of the Asian Pacific Center for Development and of Disaster Information Management for the term 2022-2025. Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Macau, China, Micronesia, Mongolia, Tajikistan, and Turkey. I now turn to the results of the election of the Governing Council of the Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization. The following members have been elected as member of Governing Council of the Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization for the term 2022-2025. Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Malaysia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam. I now turn to the results of the election of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific. The following members have elected as members of the Governing Council of SIAP for the term 2022-2025 are Bangladesh, China, India, Malaysia, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam. The full results, as announced by the Secretary of the Commission, are also available on the website of Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives. Would any delegation wish to make statement or comments? Would any delegation wish to take the floor for any pertinent matters that had not been covered during the course of the consultations?
Russian Federation.
I see Russian Federation. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. As our Vice Minister mentioned during his intervention on the first part of this session, at the general debate, we're going to exercise the right of reply following the comments made by some of the delegations at this session, and thankfully those were not many of them. So, but still, like, I'll try to stick with the 2 minutes for the right of reply. Well, technically speaking, like 8 delegations mentioned my country during this session, so I could have exercised like 16 minutes, but I'll try to stick it in 2. So, out of 8 delegations who were speaking today and referring to the Russian Federation and criticizing the position of my country and its international policy, 6 of them were actually out of this region, which is, for us, was a clear sign that the that ESCAP would remain the platform where the countries can speak freely and openly and impartially on the issues of socio-economic development. And I also would make the statement in English because most of the statements which were made, where I'm relying now, were also conducted in English, so I think it would be more appropriate here. And we would submit the extended position on the issues which were raised during the sessions. Most of them were actually out of the agenda to the Secretariat, so they would be for the record, and those would cover mainly the issues related to Ukraine crisis and special military operation we're conducting there, as well as the accusations regarding the food insecurity triggered by the global events. But at this point, I would like to address the delegations who were making accusations against my country, and kindly ask them, when leaving the commission session after we wrap up the meeting, to once again stop at the ground floor and see the great exhibition there, which was prepared by the Secretariat for the Jubilee of the Commission. And it would show that in the course of 75 years of existence of this Commission, regardless of any political developments regarding of any matters which were sensitive for other countries and the tensions between the countries, this commission managed to go on working and sustain its activities and focus on the issues which were really pertinent for the region, and those would be the socio-economic challenges. And the results of these sessions, one of the results I'm bringing back home, is that unlike on some of the platforms which are dedicated for, which are more suitable for political debates and human rights debate, international law debates, here the attempt to raise the wide support for the anti-Russian statements and Russophobic statements did not get support. And that means that, well, I mean, the main thing is that this means that the Commission is going to work and going to work appropriately, because before that, on some of other regional platforms, including the UNEC, I mean, Economic Commission for Europe, the results of those actions actually led to the fact that the platform can no longer sustain its activities as it used to and be as effective. So on the contrary to that, like, the fact that these attempts did not succeed here is a good news. I think, for all of us. And also, all those delegations who spoke against my country would bump into an inevitable fact that the world is larger than the golden billion, so to say, and larger than a group of countries who perform their policy in a way that now we are currently facing several crises approaching the planet in a very rapid way. So, but at least, like, this commission, which we cherish so much, which we care for so much, and which we support so much, can go on working in an impartial and politically, and regardless of any political tensions manner, which is definitely good news. And I'm sure that, well, we can work in this manner, regardless of anything, for the benefit of the whole region. And once again, I would submit the extended version of the statement and the additional comments regarding the issues which were made in a written manner, so it can be kept for the record. You probably, well, most of these arguments we have already explained and gave at the relevant international platform, including the Security Council, and the recent food summit in Rome. So, if any of you are not familiar with them, you can take a look at this position, and it's going to be published, I think, and accounted by the Secretariat. I thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. May I remind you, the delegates should limit yourself within 2 minutes. Are there any other delegates who wish to intervene or make comments at this stage? I recognize the United States. You have the floor, the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding comments on unilateral coercive measures, sanctions are an appropriate, effective, peaceful, and legitimate tool for addressing threats to peace and security. They can be used to promote accountability for those who abuse human rights, undermine democracy, or engage in corrupt activities. In cases where the United States has applied sanctions, we have done so with specific objectives in mind, including the promotion of democratic systems, rule of law, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, or to respond to security threats. As we implement these restrictions, we also regularly take measures to minimize unintended consequences. Sanctions are a legitimate way to achieve foreign policy, national security, and other national and international objectives. And the United States is not alone in that view or in that practice. Thank you.
Thank you, the United States. Are there any other delegates who wish to speak up at this stage? Yes. Lorenz will just remind me that Dr. George Lam, the chair of the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, ESBN, would like to make a statement. So, Dr. George Lam, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. First of all, please accept my apologies. The statement from ESCAP, Sustainable Business Network, ESBN, was meant to be delivered under item 4H yesterday, but it was not possible due to technical problems. My apologies again. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, ESBN, represents businesses of the Asia-Pacific region committed to development that is sustainable, creating infrastructure, technology, logistics, goods and services to improve people's lives and to create a more sustainable and inclusive future. Our region's immediate challenge is to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic. As we build back, we must invest in smarter, greener solutions. That is what building back better must mean. Now is the time to double down, not to neglect our commitments to achieve the global goals agreed by world leaders in 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. We welcome the recognition at COP26 that the world must move into emergency mode to address the urgent challenge of climate change, and we urge governments to create clear and predictable policy frameworks that foster green innovation and transformation to net zero carbon emissions. We are dedicated to working in partnership among businesses, governments, and communities to enable the transformation to a more sustainable economy. We will continue to align our business strategies with environmental, social, and governance, ESG principles. To build back better and to achieve the Sustainable Development Agenda, we need our own version of an Asia-Pacific Green Deal for business, with businesses working hand in hand with governments and communities to develop new business models that create new and sustainable employment and better outcomes for the environment. We urge all Asia-Pacific businesses to join us in leading green transformation to secure our future by taking specific actions across the following 5 Green Deal pillars. First, green energy, advancing a zero-carbon, affordable, and resilient energy system. Second, green infrastructure and logistics, building smart, low-carbon, water-secure, and climate-resilient cities, buildings, and other infrastructure designed for walkability and low-carbon mobility. Third, green finance, mobilizing public and private investment for green transformation in energy, infrastructure, and logistics, and other sustainable innovation for the new economy. Fourth, green innovation, accelerating and scaling up new technologies, applications to improve efficiency, lower costs, and reduce environmental impact from the way we live, work, commute, trade, and conduct business. Finally, green production, consumption, and waste, changing towards a more circular economy with new business and employment opportunities to minimize negative environmental impact. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Lam. Are there any other delegations who would like to speak, to make statements? I see none. So this brings us to the end of the allotted time for this morning and to the conclusion of agenda item 9. We now break and reconvene this afternoon at 2 p.m. Bangkok time sharp to finalize the agenda item 10 on the adoption of the report of the Commission. Just before we proceed for break, may I call the Secretary of the Commission to make an announcement. Lorenzo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, a brief reminder that to please take a few minutes to complete the online survey that was uploaded to the Commission website under Overview tab. You will also see a signage outside the meeting room with the link to the survey and the QR code. The same information has been shared also through your liaison officers. As mentioned previously, we would really appreciate you taking the time to complete this survey. Your valuable feedback will help us improve the quality of our services and the support that we extend to all delegations. So thank you in advance for your valuable feedback. Also a reminder that this morning, right after we adjourn the meeting, we will have our last side event, which is entitled Being Prepared Better, Pandemics and Disaster Risk Reduction, organized by the Government of Thailand and the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Society, starting at 12:45 hours as a virtual event. And details of this event are available on the Commission website. And we look forward to your participation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Secretariat. The meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. Let us assume our deliberation. We will now take up the final item, agenda item 10, adoption of the report of the Commission. I wish to invite the chair of the working group on the draft resolution, Ms. Julia Fanny, the Minister and Deputy Permanent Representative of Australia, to report to us on the work of the working group. Ms. Fanny, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. Allow me at the outset to thank the Commission for entrusting in me and Mr. Sukmo Yuwono, Deputy Chief of Mission and Deputy Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP, the responsibility of chairing and vice-chairing the working group on draft resolutions. We indeed enjoyed the honour of working with each of the distinguished delegates in the working group. I wish to extend to them our deepest thanks for their active participation in the deliberations and for the flexibility and spirit of cooperation demonstrated right from the beginning of our informal sessions. This year, the working group on draft resolutions held a particularly challenging work as its deliberations were held in hybrid format, with some delegations participating in person in the United Nations Conference Centre in Bangkok and other delegations participating online. And while countries had different views at times, in the end, all delegations showed great flexibility and spirit of cooperation, which enabled the working group to reach a successful outcome. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of the Secretariat throughout all of our consultations over the last few weeks. I speak for the entire working group when I say the support provided by them was greatly appreciated. Mr. Chair, based on the discussions held with the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives and in light of the challenges of negotiating in a hybrid format, Member States had agreed to consider, in principle, only 4 resolutions. I wish to thank all delegations that were planning to table resolutions at this year's session for their flexibility and cooperation. The resolution entitled Bangkok Declaration Commemorating the 65th Anniversary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific, highlights areas for strengthened regional cooperation to advance sustainability in the region, taking into account the theme of the session. It draws from the priority areas identified by Member States in the Declaration for the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, focusing on those areas which are most relevant for the region, renewing the commitment of countries in Asia and the Pacific to leave no one behind, and accelerate action in all dimensions of sustainable development. The resolution entitled A Conference Structure of the Commission to Advance Sustainable Development will allow the conference structure of the Commission, namely its subsidiary bodies, fit for purpose and help accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda and post-pandemic recovery. The resolution entitled Implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Building a More Resilient Future with Inclusive Civil Registration and Vital Statistics will endorse the outcomes of the second Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in the Asia and the Pacific, which reinforces the continued commitments of our region to civil registration and vital statistics. The draft resolution entitled Implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific will endorse the outcomes of the fourth Ministerial Conference on Transport, which also adopted the Regional Action Programme for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, 2022-2026. While the informal working group on draft resolutions facilitated consultations in the lead up to the session, as per usual practice, all negotiations had to be conducted prior to the session and through a combination of online and offline consultations. Moreover, in the interest of aligning the procedures of ESCAP with those of its parent body, the Economic and Social Council, and to facilitate the decision-making process of the session, the informal working group adopted a silence procedure in line with ECOSOC decision 2021/213 of 24 February 2021. In this regard, Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to report that the draft resolutions and the decisions before the Commission for adoption today have undergone a silence procedure of at least 72 hours, as agreed by the informal working group. During this silence procedure, no objections were raised. Mr. Chair, it is now my honour to present to the Commission this year's draft resolutions as recommended by the working group on draft resolutions for consideration and adoption by the Commission. A conference structure of the Commission to Advance Sustainable Development as contained in ESCAP/78/7.4. Implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Building a More Resilient Future with Inclusive Civil Registration and Vital Statistics as contained in document ESCAP/78/7.5, sponsored by Pakistan. Implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document ESCAP/78/7.6, sponsored by Indonesia. Bangkok Declaration commemorating the 75th anniversary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document ESCAP/78/7.L.7. Mr. Chair, these are the draft resolutions for which the informal working group has recommended for consideration and adoption by the Commission, and which have undergone the silence procedure. I thank you and the distinguished delegates for your support and cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Fanny, for your report. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, may we now consider the draft resolution presented to the Commission. We'll begin with the draft resolution contained in the document ESCAP/78L4 entitled The Conference Structure of the Commission to Advance Sustainable Development. May I remind all delegates that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silent procedure, and there's no objection were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. At this stage, are there any comments from the delegations? Thank you. I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It's so decided. We will now consider the draft resolution contained in the document ESCAP/78L5 entitled Implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on the Building a More Resilient Future with the Inclusive Civil Registration and Vital Statistics, sponsored by the delegation of Pakistan. May I remind all delegation that the draft resolution was circulated to all the member states under silent procedure, and there's no objection were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? I see none. Thank you. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? Is so decided. We now consider the draft resolution contained in the document ESCAP/78L6 entitled Implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, sponsored by the delegation of Indonesia. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all the members under silent procedure, and there is no objection raised. And the draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. I would ask there is any comments at this time. Thank you. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? Is so decided. We now consider the draft resolution contained in the document ESCAP/78L7 entitled Bangkok Declaration Commemorating the 75th Anniversary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silent procedure, and there is no objection raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time?
Iran first.
I recognized Iran to be followed by the United States. Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Let me, on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, deliver the explanation of position on the Bangkok Declaration. In the name of God, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would like to thank all of those who work hard on collaborative environment to conclude the Bangkok Declaration on a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific as a declaration to commemorate 75th anniversary of ESCAP. I reaffirm that the Islamic Republic of Iran attaches great importance to the realization of sustainable development at both national and regional and international levels based on the principle of fairness, inclusivity, partnership, cooperation, country ownership, CBDR, and historical responsibility of developed countries. Unfortunately, the final text does not properly reflect on the concerns and priorities of developing countries of the region. It particularly lags behind on the means of implementation required towards sustainable development. Furthermore, while emphasizing once again on the voluntary and non-legally binding nature of the Sdgs, my delegation wishes to put on record that Iran's national laws and regulations development priorities as well as its national upstream policies shall be viewed as the source of reference at national level. My delegation would like to request this explanation of position to be put on the official reports and related document of the session. I thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Secretary for the huge and praiseworthy efforts made in organizing this session that we all observed, and all distinguished delegates for working hard on related issues. Best wishes and best prosperities to all member states and their nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Iran. Your statement will be reflected in the appropriate places by the Secretariat. May I invite now the distinguished delegate from the United States. You have the floor.
Thank you. The United States is pleased to join consensus on this important resolution. We commend the facilitator's successful efforts to bring us to consensus, and we thank our fellow delegates for the strong spirit of collegiality and cooperation throughout the negotiations. This cooperative spirit is precisely what makes ESCAP a productive and trusted forum. The scope of our consensus underscores how much we as a region have in common. The United States reaffirms its commitment to the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and we acknowledge ESCAP's critical role helping countries achieve their development goals. Let me offer, for the record, a brief explanation of position. The United States notes that the resolution is non-binding and does not create new or affect existing rights or obligations under international law, nor does it create any new financial commitments. Likewise, the United States notes, as we have in other forums, that trade language negotiated or adopted by the Economic and Social Council or under its auspices, including at the regional economic commissions, has no relevance for U.S. trade policy, for our trade obligations or commitments, or for the agenda at the World Trade Organization, including discussions or negotiations in that forum. While the UN and the World Trade Organization share common interests, they have different roles, rules, and memberships. I would like to close by again congratulating ESCAP for 75 years of excellence. The United States looks forward to continued cooperation on implementation of the 2030 Agenda, addressing the COVID-19 pandemic and food insecurity, protecting the environment, and achieving other shared priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate from the United States. Your comments will be reflected in the appropriate places by the Secretariat. Are there any other comments from the delegates? I see none. Thank you. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? Is so decided. Before we conclude our adoption of the resolution, I would like to refer to the document as ESCAP/78L3 Ref1, Statement for Program Budget Implication of Action and Proposal of the Commission. The document is presented to the Commission for adoption. I see no other comments. The document ESCAP/78L3 Ref1 is so adopted. Distinguished delegates, we now consider the decision of the Commission for this session. You have before you documents ESCAP/78L8, which contain all the draft decisions that resulted from our deliberation and were recommended for adoption by the Commission. I wish to remind all delegations that the draft decision have been circulated to all member states under silent procedure, and no objection were raised. The draft resolution, therefore, are now presented to the Commission for adoption. Please note that any additional pledges made by the countries under Agenda Item 5B today will be reflected by the Secretariat in the final version of the decision after adoption. Are there any comments from the delegations at this time on this issue? If there are none, may I then propose that we adopt the draft decision of the Commission as contained in the document ESCAP 78L8. I see consensus here. Document ESCAP /78L8 is adopted. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, though the resolution and all the decisions taken by the Commission at this session, we shall now consider the part of the draft report dealing with the organization of the 78th session of the Commission as contained in the document ESCAP /78L3. Distinguished delegates, may kindly note that the changes of an editorial or grammatical nature will be taken care of by the Secretariat. Are there any comments on this document? I see none. Document ESCAP /78L3 is adopted. This concludes the consideration of the draft report. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, it is my great pleasure to propose that with the incorporation of the various amendments as agreed during this session on the report of the 78th session of the Commission be adopted by consensus. It is adopted. I would like now to invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Sansia Ali-Shabana, to deliver her concluding remarks.
Honorable Chair, Excellency Mr. Colin Kelapile, President of Economic and Social Council, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we come to the close of the 78th Commission session, I would like to sincerely express my appreciation and thanks to all members, associate members, and partners for attending in person as well as virtually. Let me also express gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and His Excellency Mr. Colin Fixen Kelapile, President of the Economic and Social Council, for their in-person presence, as well as valuable guidance during the sessions. Excellencies, please allow me to share a few final thoughts. First, I applaud the adoption of the Bangkok Declaration commemorating the 75th anniversary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. As a regional development platform, ESCAP Secretariat, along with all the United Nations system and relevant partners, stands ready to support and take necessary actions to deliver on this very important agenda. More fundamentally, the adoption of these resolutions shows an unprecedented commitment and genuine engagement of member states to join forces to overcome current complexities, solidarity at its best in Asia and the Pacific. History would surely look back the moment and celebrate the way in which member and associate members came together in the ESCAP platform during these challenging times and forge consensus to safeguard the development aspiration of the people. Second, I'm pleased to note that the Commission has decided the theme for the 79th Commission session will be on accelerating climate action in Asia and Pacific to 2030 and beyond. Climate change implication and systemic risks have no border and boundaries. We must invest all our resources to mobilize climate action together. As we harness regional and sub-regional cooperation and coordination for building resilience, multilateralism, trust, and friendship must be at the core of our efforts. Third, let me also thank all member states and partners that have pledged additional financial support to scale up our programs for implementing the priority areas of work in these very challenging times. Fourth, I would like to thank the Commission Bureau, the Chair, His Excellency Mr. Fichafat Isara Bakdi, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Royal Thai Government, and the 6 Vice Chairs, His Excellency Mr. Tongpani Savanpet, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Laos PDR, His Excellency Mr. Lee Tuch, Senior Minister, President of National Committee for ESCAP, and First Vice President of Cambodia, Mine Action and Victim Assistance. His Excellency Mr. Arman Isatov, Ambassador Designate and Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Timur Amarsana, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Mongolia to ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Ganesh Prasad Dakal, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Nepal to ESCAP, and His Excellency Mr. Pan Chitan, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Vietnam to ESCAP, for so skillfully conducting proceedings to their successful conclusion. Fifth, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all heads of state and heads of government who provided special remarks at the opening session to set the vision and also possible pathways for our way forward. In this regard, I'm grateful to the keynote and high-level speakers who shared action-oriented messages for regional cooperation in the priority areas related to health, sustainable connectivity, and climate action. Excellencies, as always, we are grateful to our gracious hosts, the Royal Thai Government, for their unwavering support throughout the years. In closing, I would like to recognize and thank ESCAP Secretariat staffs who have worked hard, tirelessly, and professionally to make this session a truly special occasion for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Colin Vixen Kelapile, the 77th President of the Economic and Social Council, to deliver closing remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for giving the floor. Excellency Mr. Pan Chi Tan, Ambassador and Permanent Representative for Vietnam to ESCAP and Vice Chair of the 78th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is a great honor to join you today at the closing of the 78th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, especially as the commemorations of the 75th anniversary of ESCAP come to an end. It has been truly encouraging to hear how the deliberations during the session have provided an opportunity to discuss and shape the future of regional cooperation to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. History has shown that the Asia-Pacific region has always built on the past crisis to strengthen regional cooperation and regain momentum after setbacks, demonstrating the region's resilience and the quest for development and prosperity for its people. Given the determination and the visionary leadership of the leaders of ESCAP member states, I am optimistic that they will be able to surmount the formidable challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, natural disasters that recur now more frequently and with high intensity in Asia and the Pacific region. The COVID-19 pandemic has, without any doubt, eroded the hard-won development gains and pushed many more millions of people into extreme poverty, hunger, and starvation. It is therefore of critical importance that the Commission, under the theme of a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and Pacific, has identified mechanisms and means to build the resilience of people and nations in Asia and the Pacific to reduce the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. As one of the outcomes of the session, the Commission has adopted the Bangkok Declaration commemorating the 75th anniversary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. The declaration highlights areas for strengthened regional cooperation to advance sustainable development in the region. It draws from the priorities areas which were also identified by the UN member states in the declaration for the 75th anniversary of the United Nations and on the proposals that are put forth by the report of the Secretary General on our common agenda. It is also a testament of the countries in Asia and the Pacific demonstrating a renewed commitment to leave no one behind, to protect the planet, to build resilience, and to align financial resources so that the aspirations of all people can be met. In sum, it is a commitment of the countries of Asia and Pacific to accelerate action to advance sustainable development. As countries come together to review the implementation of the 2030 Agenda at the high-level political forum on sustainable development, which will be held in July, I am certain that the Bangkok Declaration will serve as a pillar to guide countries in their efforts towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. As the ECOSOC Bureau continues its discussions to make sure that ECOSOC and its subsidiary bodies are well aligned with the 2030 Agenda, the resolution entitled A Conference Structure of the Commission to Advance Sustainable Development, adopted by the Commission, is extremely timely. The resolution will allow the Commission to be fit for purpose to help accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and achieve more inclusive and sustainable post-pandemic recovery. The Commission has also adopted resolutions that will advance civil registration and vital statistics in the region, and that will galvanize efforts towards the development of sustainable transport systems, two key elements of the 2030 Agenda, and for the sustained post-pandemic recovery of the region. I commend the members of the Commission for these important outcomes. Let me conclude by recognizing the ongoing support that member states have expressed to the work of ESCAP. As the most inclusive intergovernmental platform in the region over the last 75 years, the Commission has enhanced regional cooperation by influencing both people and planet, and has therefore contributed to the socio-economic progress of the region. This is a remarkable contribution to the people of Asia and Pacific, and I can only extend my warm appreciation for this work and for the invitation to participate in this important session of the Commission. I want to end again by thanking you, and I look forward to our continued collaboration to advance sustainable development, and most importantly, the highest level possible of your attendance during the forthcoming high-level political forum on sustainable development, which will be held in July this year. I thank you again, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates, before we adjourn the session, I would like to thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, and your staff for effective servicing of this Commission session. I would also like to recognize all those from the Secretariat and the interpreters who worked behind the scenes to make this session a memorable one. I recognize the distinguished delegates from Maldives requesting the floor. Maldives, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, colleagues, and distinguished delegates. Mr. Chair, it gives me great pleasure on behalf of my delegation to convey our deep appreciation to the Chair of the 78th Commission session, His Excellency Mr. Wijawat Isarabakti, to you and the rest of the Bureau for guiding the deliberations of the 78th session of the Commission to a successful conclusion. I would also like to convey our thanks and appreciation to the Royal Thai government for co-hosting the session. After 2 years of meeting virtually, having the opportunity to meet some of the distinguished delegates in person was truly appreciated. We look forward to meeting fully in person next year, so we can all benefit from the traditional warm hospitality of Thailand. Finally, Mr. Chair, we wish to record our sincere thanks to Ms. Amida Alischapana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, and her able staff for the excellent preparations for the session and the services rendered to the delegations, which have made our tasks much easier. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegates from Maldives, for your kind words. With that, I thank all delegations for their active participation and look forward to meeting you again in the 79th session of the Commission next year. I hereby now declare the 78th session of the Commission adjourned.